Morning. Okay, members, it's Friday. What a great day. It's always a good day on Friday. If members will please take your seats. Members, please take your seats. We need to take care of business for this state. Members will take your seats. Another one bites the dust. Let's go home. Kill me. I could say it's y'all's fault. Wow. I can't believe that. Mr. Clerk, let's move on. The hour for convening having arrived. All members, as you have, will please take your seats. Mr. Clerk, ring that bell. We're going to have the morning roll call. All members present will please vote green to signify their presence in the chamber, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machines? Doorkeepers, will you please lock the doors? Close them and keep them locked. Good to see y'all this morning. It's a rainy day in Georgia, I think, outside. But where else would you want to be other than in Georgia? Big game tomorrow night as we turn the tide back towards some space. So it's a good day. Let's begin our day as our custom by a very special chaplain of the day, a friend to all of us in this house, and someone I've enjoyed over the years hearing his message as he's presented it to this body. We'll begin our day with scripture reading and prayer by the chaplain, and after which we will pledge allegiance to the flag of our country. Now, our chaplain this morning has numerous folks in his congregation that serve in this house, but this morning he will be introduced by one of his members, and let's see, I think, who is that? That's going to be Mr. Representative Clint Crow. Come on, Clint, come introduce Benny.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. It is my pleasure and honor to once again welcome Dr. Benny Tate back to this house. As many of you know and have heard him here before, he's been here several times, but it's always a pleasure. I enjoy hearing him enough that it's a pleasure for me to get up early on a Sunday morning to drive 30 minutes to the church to go listen to him every Sunday. So I know it'll be a blessing to you as it will be to me. Dr. Benny Tate's been the pastor of Rock Springs Church in Milner, Georgia for 34 years, and in that time has seen tremendous growth in the church and the ministries in that church, one of which is Rock Springs Christian Academy, which is especially important to me as my children and my two youngest children and my two grandchildren go to school there, and I'm honored to get to serve on the board of the school along with Pastor Benny and two other guests that we have here with us today, the executive pastor of the church, Cameron Shiflett, and the pastor of the branch campus, Trey Varner, and they both serve on the board with me at the school there as well. So wonderful people, wonderful church. Pastor Benny is a wonderful man, a God-fearing man, and his mission is to serve people and reach people for Jesus, and that's exactly what he focuses on. There's also a book on your desk. There's several of us in here that got together, and you'll find a copy of his newest book on your desk. It's a gift to you. It's unlimited. I think you'll be blessed by it, and I hope you'll read it. And following the lead of my friend, Chairman Prince, yesterday, brevity is a virtue. None of you want to hear me. You all need to hear him. So with that, I will welcome my pastor and my friend, Benny Tate.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Good morning. It's an honor to be here. As you know, I've spoken here for 34 years, and I just thought about something today. When the speaker said, lock those doors, I thought, I'd love to be able to do that at church, amen? Just lock those doors. No. But it is a real privilege, and I appreciate Clint Crow. And as he was introducing me, I thought about something that happened to a basketball coach by the name of John Wooden. Some of you probably remember that name. He was being introduced one time, and the guy just kept on, and he got up, and Coach Wooden said this. He said, first of all, I want to ask God to forgive my introducer for praising me so much. And then John Wooden said, I want to ask God to forgive me for enjoying it so much. So Clint, thank you for that introduction. You were very, very kind. I'd like to share some verses with you today from the book of Matthew chapter 2, and I will be brief, I promise. Matthew chapter 2, verse 10 says this. It says, when they saw the star, they rejoiced with exceeding great joy. And when they were coming to the house, they saw the young child with Mary his mother, and fell down and worshipped him. And when they had opened their treasures, they presented him gifts of gold and frankincense and myrrh. And I want to take just a few moments, and I want us to learn from these wise men. I think there's some things that we can learn from these wise men. I read yesterday that the number one gift to buy for Christmas is gift cards. And I heard about an elderly lady who did just that. She bought a bunch of gift cards, and she got her Christmas cards, and in every Christmas card she wrote these words: buy your own gift this year. Buy your own gift this year. She mailed all of her cards out, but she didn't get any response. And about 2 weeks after Christmas, she opened a drawer and she found all those gift cards. So everybody got a Christmas card that said, buy your own gift this year. Here's what I want to talk to you. The wise men were wise, and I think they teach us a lot about giving gifts. I really do. I think they teach us some things that we can learn about Christmas and giving gifts. The first thing I think we can learn from the wise men is this. This year, let's give an unexpected gift. Let's give an unexpected gift. We can all agree that Mary and Joseph were a poor family. As a sacrifice for Jesus, they weren't able to offer up a lamb. They offered up turtle doves. And when these men arrived from Persia, bringing gifts of gold and frankincense and myrrh, I don't think nobody was expecting that kind of gift. It was certainly an unexpected gift. My mother's birthday is on October the 20th. And for years, I would send my mother $20, and then later it became $50 on her birthday on October the 20th. But my birthday is on November the 9th. And what my mother probably did for 20 years is she would take the $20 bill, she would get it on October the 20th in Middle Tennessee, and then she would mail it back down here on November the 9th. Now, I don't think either one of us had done any giving. It was just a gift for a gift. And we give a lot of gift for gifts. But I pray this year that we would give somebody an unexpected gift. I love what John Wooden said. He said, you can't live a perfect day without doing for someone who will never be able to repay you. I want to encourage this year, let's give somebody an unexpected gift, because we really haven't given until we give an unexpected gift. The second thing I learned from the wise men is, why don't we give a gift that will last? Why don't we give a gift that will last? That a gift that will last beyond us. A few years ago, Pastor Cameron and I went to Oklahoma, and we had lunch with a guy by the name of David Green. You may not know that name, but David Green and his wife, when I sat down with him, I said to him, my wife helped make you a billionaire. He started Hobby Lobby. And during that lunch, David Green said to me, he said, Pastor, we get so caught up on things, but there's only two things that are going to last forever. I appreciate the Capitol, but by the way, it's not going to last forever. I appreciate the Democrats, I appreciate the Republicans, but by the way, that's not going to last forever. There's only two things that's going to last forever. That's souls of people and the Word of God. I just want to challenge us this year, not only give an unexpected gift, but give a gift that will last. The third thing I see quickly is giving changes us. Giving changes us. These wise men came, and the Bible says after they gave the gift, they left a different way. See, getters never have enough, but givers always have enough. And I want to be like Bill Bright. I want to do my giving while my hands are still warm. Somebody almost clapped. That's a first. I want to do my giving while my hands are still warm. Because, ladies and gentlemen, when God blesses us, He has more than us in mind. What do the wise men teach us? They teach us to give an unexpected gift. They teach us to give a gift that will last. We're still talking about it 2,000 years later. They teach us that giving changes us. But then there's the last thing that they teach us. They teach us that Christ is truly the greatest gift. Christ is truly the greatest gift. I hope you enjoy your book. Somebody met me in the hall, and I said to them, have you read my last book? They said, I sure hope so. I shouldn't be hard on my book. It's the type of book, once you lay it down, it's hard to pick it back up. It's really a unique book. I hope you enjoy the book. I would ask you to pray for me. I close with this story. I'm having to stay pretty close to my notes because I've had torn retinas in both eyes. And these torn retinas in both eyes reminded me of a story. I heard about a young girl that was blind. And she was blind and she was bitter. And maybe I would be bitter too if I was blind. But she was just bitter about life. And she had a boyfriend and he loved her deeply. And she said, if I could see the world, I'd marry you. But she was just bitter because she was blind. And apparently somebody donated their eyes. And through transplants and through advancement, she was able to get those eyes. And she was able to see. And once she got those eyes, what she didn't know, she saw her boyfriend who wanted to marry her deeply, and he was blind too. And when she saw him, maybe he was kind of like me or Clint, she didn't want to marry him. She said, no, I'm not interested in marrying you. And she walked away and she left him. He sent her a letter later and said, I sure do love you and I hope life goes well for you. And P.S. I hope you enjoy my eyes. It was neat. It was sacrificial that he gave his eyes. But I want to just remind you on this Christmas, somebody gave more than their eyes. They gave their life. They gave their life for you. So this year, as you put your presents under the tree, I just want to remind you that God placed his present on a tree. And that greatest gift was the Lord Jesus Christ. Let us pray. Lord, I thank you for this day, and I thank you for Speaker Burns. I thank you for the privilege of all these years getting to come here. These people mean something to me. Lord, I love every one of them. It matters not to me whether they be Democrat, whether they be Republican, whether they be independent. I pray your blessings upon their family. God, it's a sacrifice for these men and women to serve, and they'll be right back in January serving again. So I ask you to be with them. I ask you to be with their family. Those that are struggling during this holiday season, meet the needs of their families, sons and daughters that maybe are going through a difficult time. And above everything, I pray your blessing upon this body. Would you bless them and keep them? Make your face to shine upon them, be gracious unto them. Lift your countenance upon them. May they experience your peace. For I pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Brother Benny Tate, thank you. What a timely message for this Christmas season. We love you and we appreciate your always being here for us. Thank you. We do appreciate you. Members, if you will, if I could have your attention just for a moment longer. Before we unlock the doors, doorkeepers, before we unlock the doors, we're not ready to unlock the doors yet, doorkeepers. Members, if I can have your attention, we have a couple of announcements, and then I'll tell you how you can greet the pastor. I have an announcement. I want to recognize Chairman Leverett for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Reapportionment and Redistricting Committee will meet in 341 immediately. So please, members of that committee, begin making your way to 341 as soon as the Speaker finishes his announcements. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We also have an announcement from the Chairman of the Rules Committee, Chairman Smith.
The Committee on Rules will meet immediately following the Reapportionment and Redistricting Committee. Immediately following. Thank you. Room 341.
Yes. We will, a couple of more pieces of instructions. We are in an extraordinary posture. We want to ensure that every member of this body has an opportunity to have their voice heard, as has been and will be our custom here and our practice, and we'll do that. And I appreciate these two chairs willing to come back and be a part of that process. And I encourage the members that are on those committees to be a part of that process. So with that, we will stand in recess until 10 a.m. 10 a.m. The other members will. Those of you involved in the meeting, certainly you're in the meetings. At this time, doorkeepers, you can unlock the doors. You can join Pastor Tate in the South Annie room and have a photo. Thank you for your patience. Members, if you will please take your seats. Members, please take seats. House will come to order. Members in the anteroom, you may want to come back into the chamber. Doorkeepers will close the doors, please. You don't have to lock them, but if you'll please close the doors. Doorkeepers, close the doors. Tyler, would you close that door for me? Thank you, members. We'll come back to order. We're ready to move forward today. I have an announcement and another recognition of the Doctor of the Day. So the Doctor of the Day resides in Representative Roger Bruce's district. Roger's that point in life, Representative Bruce. Roger Bruce is in that point in life. He has multiple doctors, I bet, if he's like me, but I'm glad she resides in his district, Dr. Cassandra Donnelly. As always, please take time to go by the medical aid station downstairs. Hopefully you don't need any aid, but go by and express your gratitude for Dr. Donnelly serving us today and being here for us. This time, the chair recognizes Chairman Tarvin, the chairman of the Committee on Information and Audits. Chairman Tarvin.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Information and Audits has read the journal of the previous legislative day and found it to be correct.
Thank you, Chairman Tarvin. Chairman Tarvin, the chair of the Committee on Information and Audits, reports that the journal of the previous legislative day has been read and found to be correct. Is there any objection to dispense with the reading of the journal? The chair hears none. The reading of the journal is dispensed with. Is there any objection to the confirmation of the journal? The chair hears none, and the journal is confirmed. Mr. Clerk, will you read the resolution establishing the order of business for the day?
Representative Administration, the 104th moves the following be established as the order of business during the first part of the period. Unanimous consents. Reports of standing committees, third reading and passage of uncontested local bills and resolutions, morning orders.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the resolution establishing the order of business for the day? Chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. Mr. Clerk, first reading of bills and resolutions. Clerk will read. No first readers today, or seconds, so we're moving right along. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We just established that. No first or second, didn't we? Okay, we'll move on to reports of standing committees. Clerk will read.
Representative Rob Leverett of the 123rd District, Chairman of the Committee on Reapportionment and Redistricting, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Reapportionment and Redistricting has had under its consideration the following bill of the House and instructed me to report same back to the House with the following recommendation. House Bill 1EX do pass. Respectfully submitted, Representative Rob Leverett of the 123rd District, Chairman. Representative Richard Smith of the 139th District, Chairman of the Committee on Rules, submitted the following report. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Rules has had under consideration the following resolution of the House and instructed me to report back the same to the House with the following recommendation. House Resolution 4EX do pass. Respectfully submitted, Representative Richard Smith of the 139th District, Chairman. That completes the reading of the reports of standing committees.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We'll now move on to morning orders. We do have one morning order. We have a recognition, and I'm going to allow, where's Representative Adenia, to present our morning order. Do you have someone coming with you, sir? Oh, you have lots of friends here. All I say is all of them are handsome gentlemen. Please join him
you
in the Oh, and then,
All right.
and then the chairman came up.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
not sure now about that, so.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen in the up there in the public area, in the gallery. I knew that. All right, we have a special guest here today. I'd like to introduce David Adedeji Adeleke, also known as Davido, a Nigerian-American Afrobeats artist who was born in Atlanta, a Georgia native. He's up in the gallery. He is a three-time nominee of the Grammy Awards, a BET recipient of the Best International Act, recently performed at our State Farm Arena and sold it out. Empowering our economy, right? He's a global artist. He not only promotes creative arts and entertainment, which is growing our economy here in Georgia, but he's also a cultural ambassador, not just for Nigeria, Africa, and Georgia. And that is why we're recognized with the Outstanding Citizen Award from Georgia. As he continues to promote his tour across the U.S., would like to recognize him for making the contributions he has to Georgia. And this is also on behalf of the Georgia African Legislative Caucus in the House, which I stand with some of the members, and a lot of you are going to be joining, right? So thanks again, and thanks for coming, and congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Congratulations. Sounds like you got it going on. That sounds great. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a part of this house today. And continued good luck to you. We have one more morning order. Representative Estration and Representative Gaines. And Representative Persinger.
Thank you,
All
Mr.
right.
Speaker. We wanted to come up today, the Barrow County delegation, recognize Power Evans, who was elected city councilman for the city of Winder. There's a privilege resolution for your consideration here today, House members. And if you would join me in recognizing Councilman Power Evans.
Good morning. Good to have you. Hang around a little bit with us. You'll enjoy today. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your service as well. Oh boy, that completes our morning orders. We'll move on to the rules calendar, Mr. Clerk, if you'll read the caption to House Resolution 3EX.
House Resolution 3EX by Representative Gamble, 15th, and others ratifying Brian Kemp's executive orders number 9/12/2301, 10/6/2301, and 11/8/2301, suspending the collection of motor fuel and diesel fuel taxes. This resolution has been referred to the Committee on Ways and Means. That committee recommends that this resolution be adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Representative Gamble, Governor's Floor Leader, is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, I have before you House Resolution 3EX on behalf of Governor Kemp to ratify the governor's temporary suspension of the collection of motor fuel and diesel fuel taxes in response to his 3 executive orders declaring a state of emergency for inflation. As hardworking Georgians and their families continue to weather 40-year high inflation and continue to face uncertain economic headwinds, the governor's action delivered direct and real relief to Georgians at the pump and to their families' budget. It has saved Georgians roughly $150 to $170 million per month since it has been done. Like the resolution that I brought forth on behalf of the governor last session, House Resolution 66, which received unanimous approval from both chambers, this resolution simply ratifies the governor's suspension of motor fuel and diesel fuel taxes over the last 3 months. On average, that is around 30 cents a gallon for diesel or motor fuel. This is a necessary procedure, and again, the governor's executive actions, which were issued in consultation with the General Assembly's leadership, along with the Governor and General Assembly's collective efforts to conservatively manage our state's budget, has allowed us the opportunity to help lessen the burden of historically high gas prices and support Georgians' response to the economic realities of today. With that, Mr. Speaker, that is the legislation that we have, and I'm happy to entertain any questions that might be related to this.
Thank you for your presentation. The gentleman has no questions.
With that, I would ask you your favorable consideration. Thank you, and I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. We don't have any more speakers signed up to speak to the bill. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? Chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. I think Shall this resolution now be adopted? All in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Gamble rise?
At the appropriate time, I move that we immediately transmit this
Is that,
legislation.
the gentleman's not recognized for that. You don't have a parliamentary inquiry at this time?
No, sir.
We'll recognize you in a moment for that for that motion. Have all members voted? All members voted. Oh, there's one. All members voted. For what purpose does Representative Chairman Carpenter rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that what we're doing here today really affects every individual in the state of Georgia because it's bringing down the price of food in a time when inflation is crazy?
I'm sure the gentleman knows about bringing down the price of food since he deals in areas, but I'm sure if that's what the gentleman believes, he certainly believes that. All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machines on the adoption of the resolution? The yeas were 178, the nays 0. The resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. For what purpose does Representative Gamble rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion that we immediately transmit House Resolution 3EX to the Senate.
Representative Gamble has moved that HB 3X be immediately transmitted to the Senate. Is there objection? There is objection. Does the gentleman move?
Yes, I move.
The gentleman moves. All of those in favor of immediate transmittal will vote yes. Those opposed, that's green. Those opposed to immediate transmittal will vote no. That's red. The clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the gentleman's motion that HB 3EX be immediately transmitted to the Senate. The yeas are 178, the nays are 0. The bill is on the way to the Senate. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. We'll move on with the rules calendar. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to 1EX?
House Bill 1EX by Representative Leverett of the 123rd to be entitled an act to provide for the composition and number of state house districts, to provide for a short title, and provide for the contingent nature of this act and the circumstances under which it shall or shall not apply, according to the enforceability of prior provisions under federal law. This bill having been referred to the Committee on Redistricting and Reapportionment. That committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Before I recognize the chairman, I will ensure that this House is aware that the Rules Committee this morning, pursuant to House Rule 33.3, Dick said passed. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman? That we would limit debate on this proposition to 2 hours, time to be allocated at discretion of the Speaker, and that will be 1 hour for those in favor of and 1 hour for those that are opposed. So that's how the process will flow. So at this time, we will recognize the chairman, Chairman Leverett, to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, good morning. I present to you for your consideration House Bill 1EX, which if passed will adopt a new set of districts for the Georgia House. And we've put that up on the screens there for y'all to see the proposed map that would be enacted by that bill. First, a little history to set this in context. On October 26, 2023, Judge Stephen Jones, Judge of the United States District Court for the Northern District of Georgia, entered an opinion and memorandum of decision in which he ruled that the House district maps we approved in 2021 violate Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. As a result, he ordered that new maps must be drawn, and instead of drawing them himself, which he could have done, without allowing us any input, he kindly allowed us to remedy the violation by drawing new maps ourselves. Judge Jones also thoughtfully gave us specific guidance in how we can comply with his order. To clarify the manner in which we can remedy the violation ourselves, Judge Jones wrote that, and I'm quoting from the opinion on page 509, "The remedy involves 2 additional majority black House districts in South Metro Atlanta, 1 additional majority black House district in West Metro Atlanta, and 2 additional majority black House districts in and around Macon-Bibb. So as we as a state hope to better Alabama in a certain sporting contest this weekend, we will not follow the example of their legislature in the lack of seriousness and respect we accord a thorough and detailed decision of a federal judge whom I think all of us respect and admire very much, and I know I do. We will comply. The bill you have before you will adopt a map that does just that. It fully complies with Judge Jones's order. As Judge Jones instructed, this map enacts 5 new majority black districts. In South Metro, it creates House District 74 and 117. Let's move to the second map in the packet. If you'll zoom in a little more for me, that's good. So if you'll move to the south a little, thank you. So 74 is sort of the light green one, and 117 is the brown one, and hold right there, and about the center of the screen. In West Metro, it creates House District 64. If you'll move down just a little bit, other way, I'm sorry. You can see 64 is over there in Douglas County, and it's sort of in the taupe color as well. And then in Macon-Bibb, I'm asking you to shuffle around one more time down towards Macon area. It creates House District 145 and House District 149. All of these have majority black voting age populations. Judge Jones ordered 5 new majority black districts, and this plan creates and establishes 5 new majority black districts, and it decreases the number of majority white districts by 5. As you know, we cannot have 185 House districts. We are limited to 180. So to make up for that, we make that adjustment. It does not purport to tell Judge Jones that we know better than he does and that we've done something different but better that he should accept as equivalent without explaining how it's equivalent. This plan doesn't do that. Instead, it follows his order. This is the only plan presented to the redistricting committee that complies with Judge Jones's order. Now, as you might expect, creating 5 new districts was very disruptive to our existing districts. There are significant ripple effects, especially when you create 5 districts at one time. Ripple effects result primarily from constitutional and legal requirements that the districts be the same size as far as the population is concerned. Now, we are allowed some statistical deviation, and in Georgia, we have traditionally limited ourselves to plus or minus 1%. So once we took areas from existing districts to create the new 5 districts, we had to add population to those existing districts from which we drew the new ones so that their population would get back up to within the deviation, which, by the way, as you know, the ideal size is 59,511. So that's what we were shooting for. So as a result, we had to we had to redraw the districts so that we took areas and population from adjoining districts, from the neighbors. And then the neighboring districts were short, so we had to take from their neighbors. And that process continued until the ripples effectively run out or you circle back around and result in parity. As we went, we followed our existing traditional redistricting principles to work on the remaining districts. These principles include maintaining district populations to deviations less than plus or minus 1, limiting additional split counties. We only added a single county split in this plan. Drawing the new districts by utilizing the most recent precincts from county government, which makes it easier on our local election officials going forward. Ensuring all the districts were contiguous, that they are all reasonably compact in shape, and ensuring that communities of interest are protected as far as possible. And we did try, to the extent we could, to avoid unnecessary pairing of incumbents. Now, much has been made of the fact that this plan does admittedly it does include several incumbent pairings, which is not surprising when we had to reconfigure these districts after adding 5 new ones. And the pairings do pain me greatly. I wish that I could add 5 new districts without any pairings or drastic changes, but I could not find a way to do it. And contrary to assertions that we're being overly partisan, we did not inflict political casualties solely on the opposing party. We inflicted damage on both. We tried to take some of that fire ourselves. As we went through the process, however, our primary overriding objective was to comply with the court's order. 5 additional majority black districts in specified areas. Now, much has been made of process here. In giving some rulings I reluctantly had to make today, I suspect much will be made of it today. We have been accused at times of moving too fast and not being transparent. And I concede that we have been moving quickly, but I'm reminded of one of my quotes when a Louisiana politician once promised during a campaign that he would be as honest as the times will allow. We're under a court-imposed deadline. We did not receive the court's order until October 26, and we immediately began drawing and released a plan on November 28, 2 days before any alternate plans, and we've been as open as we could be under the circumstances. We're under a deadline here. We got until next week to get this plan and 2 other plans approved. We held 2 hearings. We allowed numerous parties to speak. We established and maintained a portal for public comment, and we allowed an alternate plan to be voted on yesterday, even though the bill enacting it, no bill enacting it had been filed or even assigned to the committee. Now, this morning, we attempted to allow another opportunity for votes on alternate plans, but when we got in the committee room, it became apparent to me that the documents that were being presented in order to achieve certain intended objectives did not match the intentions of the sponsor. And that was completely, I'm sure, unintended. It was not intentional, because these things happen when you're trying to get stuff done fast. And our rules are intended to make sure that we don't make mistakes when we're in a hurry. And I did not feel that I knew what we were voting on. I didn't think the documents matched what the desires were, and so for that reason I reluctantly ruled those motions out of order. Now, so in the time constraints we've had, we've been as transparent, as deliberate as the times will allow, to quote the gentleman from Louisiana. Now, I don't mean to complain about the courts imposing a deadline. I understand the need for it, and under the circumstances, it's reasonable. But that does limit our ability to take more time. That deadline is there for us to honor and respect, not to disregard, and we got to meet it. And as I said, it's 7 days away, and we still have 2 other plans to consider. So we had to move with all deliberate haste. The stakes are high here, and we need to act. The court will not give us another chance to draw these plans. If we don't get it right, the court will appoint someone to draw plans or draw the plans itself. I take seriously my obligation to the court and to each of you, members of both parties, to prepare and present maps that comply with the court's order. I think it's in all of our best interests to do that. Where I could accommodate requests from you without jeopardizing potential court approval of the plan, because that is the primary goal, court approval, I've tried to accommodate you when you've asked. Where I did not feel that route was possible, given the overarching primary objective of complying with Judge Jones' order, I declined the request, and I'm truly sorry I could not accommodate every request. I hope all of you know I care and respect each and every one of you, even when we disagree, and we do that a lot, like most families. But our primary task here today is to comply with the court order. This plan complies with Judge Jones's order. It fulfills our obligation, and I ask that you vote in favor of it. Mr. Speaker, I'll yield for questions.
Gentlemen, yield.
I yield.
You go for a question. Mr. Chairman, I thank you. I'll just say, before we take questions, I'll thank you for your work. I know you put in a lot of hours, and we do appreciate that as members of this body.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have a couple of questions that have popped up. So let's see. We have one from the gentleman from the 43rd, Representative Arden Sanye. Has a question. The gentleman's recognized.
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield, yes, sir.
Given what we learned yesterday at the committee hearing, isn't it true that this Republican map still violates section of the Voting Rights Act?
Well, I don't believe it does, and more importantly, I don't believe it violates the judge's order. Unlike when we're drawing maps from scratch, we're not acting in a vacuum of trying to interpret the Voting Rights Act. We have the benefit of an expert who also has the force of law behind him, Judge Jones, and he has told us what to do, and these plans comply with that order, in my opinion.
Do you yield one more time?
I certainly will, yes,
All right,
sir.
so Brian Sells opened it up to you yesterday that this map, if we move forward with it, does in fact violate the Voting Rights Act, and you acknowledged that yesterday.
I acknowledge his opinion, yes, sir. I don't agree with it.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative Reeves is recognized for a question to your right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chairman yield for 2 questions about traditional redistricting principles?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, is it not true that the bill before us reduces the number of county splits by 1 county from the 2021 redistricting?
Yes, that's my understanding, yes, sir.
And is it also true that your bill made every effort to reduce the number of incumbent pairings in compliance with, in the course of complying with Judge Jones' lengthy order?
We did, yes, sir. And we did.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Gentleman, yield for one more.
I will, yes, sir.
Let's see. The lady from the 47th, the pro tem of this House, Representative Jan Jones, pro tem, is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, just so I understand, you spoke with both Republicans and Democrats as you were working on this plan, right?
That is correct.
Does the gentleman further yield?
I do, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And you drew this plan in the reapportionment office with utilizing Ms. Gina Wright, is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And you were able to incorporate suggestions of both Republicans and Democrats into this plan, is that true?
I was, to some extent.
And finally, I'm assuming that you, and perhaps you can clarify, you had requests from both Republicans and Democrats that you were unable to put into the final plan, much to your regret.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have a couple of hours here. We can continue to discuss this plan, so I appreciate you taking the questions. At this point, do you have any further comments before we hear from some other folks on this bill?
I do not, Mr. Speaker, and will yield the well. I ask your favorable consideration of House Bill 1EX. Thank you.
The gentleman's yielded well. Thank you for your remarks. Now, we have a 1 hour for those opposed, allocated for those opposed to HB 1X, and 1 hour for those in favor. So at this time, I will recognize Whip Park for whatever portion of that hour he would like to take. Whip Park is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise in opposition to House Bill 1EX for two reasons. First, this Republican map is unlawful. It is a map that Judge Jones can and should reject. Second, this map is an undemocratic, un-American, blatant exercise of partisan gerrymandering that harms the freedom of Georgians to elect their candidate of choice. I appreciate the majority party's effort to comply with Judge Jones's order. However, under existing law, the proposed Republican map does not comply with Judge Jones' order to draw 5 additional majority-minority districts. Instead, the Republican map actually draws only a net of 3 additional majority-minority districts. Let me explain. The Republican map creates 5 new majority black districts, but it takes away 2 majority-minority districts in fast-growing DeKalb and Gwinnett counties. Judge Jones ordered this body to take 5 steps forward and 2 steps back. One of those steps back is House District 81, which is a majority-minority district in northern DeKalb County. Under existing law in the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, this district is clearly protected by the Voting Rights Act. It's a district in which black and Hispanic voters work together and have the opportunity to elect candidates of their choice. But the Republican map takes away that choice and moves the district to the South Metro area to protect a white incumbent. The second step back is House District 105 in Gwinnett County. This is a majority-minority district where black, Hispanic, and Asian voters work together and have the opportunity to elect candidates of their choice. But the Republican map floods the district with white Republican voters and takes that opportunity away. Those 2 takeaways make the Republican map an unlawful map. It's a map that, again, Judge Jones can and should reject. I think in this moment, it's important to pause and recognize our history, to know where we've come from, to be honest about the mistakes and sins of the past, to ensure we do not repeat them. Since 1965, the state of Georgia was placed under the preclearance requirement of the Voting Rights Act due to a history of discriminatory voting practices and disenfranchisement of African American voters, including but not limited to literacy tests, poll taxes, intimidation and violence, unfair registration practices, and gerrymandering. The preclearance provision found in Section 5 of the VRA of the Voting Rights Act required certain jurisdictions with a demonstrated history of voting discrimination to obtain federal approval or preclearance before implementing any changes to their voting laws or procedures. For nearly 50 years, Georgia voters were under the protection of preclearance until 5 Republican-nominated Supreme Court justices gutted the Voting Rights Act in the 2013 Shelby County v. Holder decision. For the first time since 1965, the state of Georgia was able to draw their legislative maps without first obtaining federal approval. What did the Republican majority do? Well, we all know what happened next. 2 years ago in 2021, Republicans, many here in this body, passed unlawful maps for Congress, the state Senate, and the state House, Maps struck down by a federal judge for being drawn in a racially discriminatory manner. And here we find ourselves, under court order to comply with the Voting Rights Act, to draw fair maps that do not discriminate against any Georgian. Unfortunately, it seems we are repeating the mistakes of our dark past under Republican control of the state of Georgia. Not only are these maps unlawful, in order to cling to power and maintain an unrepresentative majority that does not reflect our great state, this map engages in blatant partisan gerrymandering with districts that very clearly disregard traditional redistricting principles of compactness and communities of interest in multiple districts. To put it plainly, it seems Republicans are trying to remedy their racial discrimination with partisan gerrymandering. Again, it seems Republicans are trying to remedy their racial discrimination with partisan gerrymandering. Why? Because partisan gerrymandering is legal, according to 5 Republican-nominated Supreme Court justices who incorrectly decided that claims of unconstitutional partisan gerrymandering are not subject to federal court review. Gerrymandering, whether it is racial or partisan, is deeply undemocratic and un-American because it undermines the principles of fair representation and distorts the democratic process. The distortion of electoral outcomes, such as a congressional map that creates 9 Republican and 5 Democratic districts in a 50-50 swing state that elected a Democratic president and 2 Democratic United States senators in back-to-back elections, erodes the confidence of American voters. It undermines the foundational democratic principle of one person, one vote. This manipulation fosters greater polarization and partisanship that ultimately makes our nation weaker. It is sad to see that the Republican Party, the party of Abraham Lincoln who freed the slaves, has become the party of Trump, the party of election denialism and insurrection, the party of racial discrimination, and now gerrymandering. I hope y'all find your way back. I hope y'all get through your civil war, and I hope the anti-democracy authoritarian faction of your party is expelled. In a 2-party system, I welcome the competition of ideas to see who can best serve the people and perfect our union by ensuring the promise of freedom, equality, and justice to every American. Unfortunately, as demonstrated by this unlawful map, it seems the Republican Party is doubling down on, again, repeating the mistakes of the past in pursuit of power. The blatant disregard for existing law that protects majority-minority districts in Georgia demonstrates an intent to once again attack the Voting Rights Act by narrowing its protections. It is unfortunate that as a native son of Georgia, born and raised, I have had to repeatedly come down to this well over the past 7 years to fight back against Republican attacks against our democracy, attacks against the fundamental freedoms and rights of my fellow Georgians, against their right to vote, and in this case, their freedom to elect their candidate of choice. Georgians deserve better. We can do better than this unlawful Republican map that puts partisan politics before the citizens of Georgia, that puts political party before our country. In the words of John Lewis, democracy is not a state, it is an act. Today, let us act in the best interests of all Georgians by voting no to this unlawful map that undermines the freedom of our fellow citizens to elect their candidate of choice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Whip Park has yielded the well. Minority Leader James Beverly is recognized to speak to the bill. Leader Beverly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I get started, I want to clear the record of something that the chairman of the redistricting committee said. And that is that we had ample opportunity to present our map. The reality is that you put an artificial timetable on how we had to move through this process. The reality is that it is not up to the Georgia House Democratic Caucus to print maps, to get the map coincided with an LC number. It is up to Leg Council and the reapportionment office. That did not happen. I think you did it in good faith. I think the Republicans did it in good faith. But if you just extended the time just a little bit more, we could have made it work, where we had an opportunity to present our map, which we believe is the best map for Georgia at this particular time, that it's equal and that it's just. But that did not happen. What is the rush to judgment? A couple of years ago, I remember sharing with you that although Abraham Lincoln was not necessarily my favorite president, there are notable quotes that speak to the heart of democracy. One being, stand with anybody that stands right, stand with him while he is right, and part with him when he goes wrong. My dear colleagues, I stand once again to say the Democratic caucus must part ways with our Republican colleagues as you wield your majority power to push through what we believe to be an illegal map in order to maintain power at the expense of our fellow Georgians. Today, as a leader of the Democratic caucus, I stand before you not merely in political capacity, but as a custodian of a legacy that is steeped in a struggle for equality and justice. We're gathered here to deliberate on a matter of immense significance, the redrawing of our state's legislative House districts. Now, this historic moment that we find ourselves in right now is an opportunity to right historical wrongs and to pave the way for a future that honors the diverse voices of our great state, an opportunity to remedy some of the wrongs that have been particularly directed toward our African American electorate, those who have been historically disenfranchised, stalled from having equal access and opportunity to vote and select their candidate of their choice, and are justly targeted by placing barriers and stumbling blocks in their way. Listen, over the past decade, there has been a great migration. If y'all have not realized this, there's been a great migration back to Georgia, a migration of black folk who came from the Northeast back to God's country, Georgia. There's also been a migration of people of different nations, colors, and creeds who have come to Georgia because they seek a better opportunity. And the reality is, in that opportunity, they move into districts that potentially they wouldn't have moved into 100 years ago. But they have. And they moved into these districts and they need representation. That's what the judge ordered. That this group of folk who moved and migrated around the state of Georgia should have representation. And the Republican map decided we'll skirt around that just a little bit to protect potentially some of our members. I'm going to say a quote by Dr. King, and I think now is appropriate to say this as I continue to deliver my speech, but I can hear him saying to America, and I'll say to the Republicans in this caucus, in this house, our house today, you're too arrogant. And unless you change your ways, God will rise up and break the backbone of your power and place it in the hands of a nation that doesn't even know God's name. Be still and know that God is God. Georgia's history, while rich and multifaceted, bears the scars of past marred by racial injustice, particularly in the realm of voting rights, the disenfranchisement of black voters through mechanisms such as poll taxes, literacy tests, and the white primary was just a denial of rights, was not just a denial of rights, but a denial of dignity. It is in this context that, again, Dr. King said, our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. This matters. As my learned attorneys will say, reasonable minds can disagree, but this is the judge's order. We ought to comply. We should have 5 additional black districts where black folk can vote. Now, y'all have heard this, that, oh, the Democrats created 4 districts. It's foolishness. We created 5. We created 5, according to the judge's order. And to my attorney colleagues, the reference would be Bartlett versus Strickland as precedent, case law, that talks about plurality districts. We did that. We can keep going further, Cooper versus Harris. There's a whole litany of case law that said what we created was a 5th district. So please, please, guys, start with the foolishness. In fact, our districts are almost carbon copies of the district that Judge Jones approved in his order. District 145 is a new majority-minority district located in Bibb and Houston counties. That is a carbon copy of the district that Judge Jones approved. We didn't move a block, not one block. District 149 is a new majority-minority district in Bibb in the Black Belt. Now, if y'all don't know what the Black Belt is, it's where slaves, that's the culmination of where slaves were. The Black Belt is where I live. Macon, Bibb, Twiggs, Wilkinson County, Baldwin counties, that only deviates a few census blocks from the districts that Judge Jones approved. Those folk, we need representation. 100 years is enough. And why did we move those few census blocks? Here's why we moved them. To protect our Republican colleague who represents Milledgeville, who would have otherwise been put in that new Democratic-leaning district. District 117 is a new majority-minority district in Henry County that also is a carbon copy of the majority-minority district that Judge Jones approved. District 61 in our map is a new majority-minority district in Douglas and Cobb counties that is also carbon copy of what Judge Jones approved. And finally, District 74 is a new majority-minority district in Henry and Spalding counties that satisfies Judge Jones's order for a 5th new opportunity district in that area. I want to pause for a second because that district, there would be one Republican member who would be sacrificed in that district, potentially. But we don't know what that district would vote for because through this political gerrymandering, y'all moved it so that white Republicans could vote for that member. This great migration, I've learned one thing and one thing only. If you can move where you want to move, you move. But we should not be moving people at all to satisfy the need of a representative. If you don't like where you live, move. Simple. If you don't like the district that you're representing right now, move. And let somebody who represents that district step in. It should not be on us to make the people go with us. We should represent the people where we are. And that district, the sacrifice of that one person is going to put us all in jeopardy because of the ripple effect that you did to the rest of the members in this house. And the judge, a special master, has to draw a map because of the ripple effect that you created trying to protect one, you sacrificed the whole. Now, when the special master decides to draw this map, which we believe will happen, because not only did you not comply with his order, you broke the law. You broke the law. Because coalition majority minority districts are protected. And it's gone on for 20 years or so. It's protected. So you can't say we complied and break the law. It's not how America works. It's certainly not how Georgia works, and it's certainly not what Judge Jones ordered. What I would say to you in conclusion is this. The civil rights movement, which found fertile ground in the heart of Georgia, was a testament to the unyielding spirit of those who fought for justice. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 emerged from this struggle. It was a beacon of hope. The task of redrawing our maps, we must do so with an acute awareness of our past and a resolute commitment to equitable and a just future. To my colleagues, I echo the words of President Lyndon B. Johnson. The vote is the most powerful instrument ever devised by man for breaking down injustice. We have decisions to make now. I won't tarry because I know y'all are under a time crunch. But this is the time to do what's right, to contemplate the reality of where we go from here as a state of Georgia, the #1 state to do business unless you're poor and you get sick. But we'll deal with that next week. This is our time to say to Georgia, to be resolute in this moment, to say we hear you. And if we want to represent you, then we stand firm on the ideals and principles of Georgia and justice, equality, and fairness. To my Republican colleagues, you have a few moments. Please don't violate the trust of the Georgians who moved here looking for a better opportunity because you wish to protect one member. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Minority Leader Beverly. Now we'll move on to those in favor of the proposition HB 1EX. We'll recognize Chair Lady Camp to speak to the bill.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members.
Representative, you yield. I forgot to tell you, you have up to 1 hour that will be allocated to those speaking in favor. I hope you don't take that long.
No, sir, I will not. Thank you for that. Good morning, members and Mr. Speaker. When I qualified to run for my House seat in March of 2020, of course, it was with the map that was current. And then we redistricted in 2021, so I qualified on another district map, March of 2022. Now I will have the opportunity to qualify again on a third map, March of 2024. This time in a district where I am paired with another member of my own party, who is my friend and respected colleague. 3 different district maps in the course of 4 years. That's a lot. This situation deeply saddens me because I truly care about the people I represent, working diligently to know and meet the needs of the citizens who place their trust in me in each election. It is my honor to represent the interest of Lamar, Pike, and Upson counties, and a privilege to serve in this role. These counties each have individual unique needs and challenges that I am committed to represent here under the Gold Dome. Unfortunately, to meet the requirements set forth in the detailed order by Judge Jones regarding the 2021 redistricting, drastic changes had to happen in many districts. My district is a prime example. Emotions cannot rule in this important task with a looming deadline. There is a judge's order with a specific set of instructions to the General Assembly for the requirements for the new House maps, which HB 1EX before us today meets. I observe and follow the law and court orders. I'm sure everyone in this room does the same. There are 3 branches of government for this very reason. The judge's order is not up for debate today. It is if we as a body are going to comply with the order is. For this reason, I'm voting yes on House Redistricting Bill HB 1EX, and I ask for your favorable consideration on this bill. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. Thank you. Chair now recognizes Representative Sue Hong to speak to the bill, one of the governor's floor leaders. Representative Hong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, colleagues. I stand before you this morning to speak in favor of Chairman Leverett's House Bill 1EX. The right to vote stands as a cornerstone, a fundamental pillar upon which our society rests. As the Supreme Court said in Yekwo versus Hopkins in 1886, the right to vote is regarded as a fundamental political right because it is preservative of all rights. Unlike many of you, I wasn't born with the right to vote in the United States. As an immigrant, I had to wait my time. I had to take a test to become a citizen before I could vote. So I understand the tremendous importance of voting and having my voice heard with my vote. Voting matters because it's the way every person's voice is heard, regardless of background or circumstance. Voting matters because it's the power each person has to elect their representatives. And voting matters because it's how we can shape the trajectory of our community and our state. And when the Supreme Court said the right to vote is preservative of all of our other rights, it meant just that. Without the right to vote, our other rights can quickly disappear and we jeopardize our free society. Now, this body worked hard to create district maps in 2021 that fairly represented all voters. As I look out at this body of representatives, I see a diverse group of representatives with backgrounds and beliefs who I truly believe represent their constituents very well. Unfortunately and respectfully, Judge Jones did not agree with this current body of representatives. And as an attorney, I do understand that when a judge tells you in detail to do something in an order, you comply. Judge Jones specifically stated to create 5 majority Black districts, not opportunity districts or coalition districts or crossover districts, but specifically 5 majority Black districts. And there's a reason why judges put specifics in their order, and you must comply. Chairman Leverett's House Bill 1EX map does just that. It complies with everything that the judge required of us. It also upholds our other traditional redistricting principles, things like ensuring that community of interests are properly represented and addressed, and reducing the number of county splits on the plan, and using precinct boundaries that lessen the burden on election officials. HB 1EX map upholds the principles of equal representation and ensures each voter can have their voices heard. Therefore, I urge you, members of this House, in joining me to vote yes for House Bill 1EX. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. That concludes those that signed up to speak both in favor of and opposed. This time we'll move on. We do not have a minority report. We will move on to the chair's time. We have a total of 20 minutes, Mr. Chairman. And I hope you don't take that long. You talked quite a while earlier. Chairman Leverett is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say I'll be brief, but as an attorney, I know that doesn't carry a lot of credulity. Well, it was interesting to me, if I could just respond, that we were accused of being overtly and shamelessly partisan, but the most partisan comments I heard coming from the podium in this chamber came from members of the opposing party, not from anyone who is in the majority party. And I would submit, if we truly wanted to be overtly and excessively partisan, we would have paired entirely members of the opposition, but we didn't do that. We tried to share some of that burden, if you will. Now, up to, as far as some of the comments about timeliness, the only thing I will say is I think we know the rules, and we know that to submit a bill to redistrict, to present a plan to redistricting, you have to have a bill. You got to draw the bill. We've had the order for about a month now. We all knew this was coming. So I don't know what more to do about that. Well, frankly, I do. You could allow a motion without a document, and that's what I did in committee yesterday, and nobody made the motion. I indicated I was going to entertain such a motion, and no one made it without a document. And the document that was proposed today didn't do that even. So again, I think I've stated my position there, and as far as Gump, that's all I have to say about that. Now, the only other plan that was properly submitted to the committee was presented yesterday, and the presenters acknowledged that the plan did not create 5 majority black districts as the order required. Justin, if you'd roll that beautiful order footage. This is from page 509 of Judge Jones's order. The remedy involves an additional majority black congressional district in West Metro, 2 additional Senate districts in South Metro. We're getting to that later. 2 additional majority black House districts in South Metro Atlanta, 1 additional majority black House district in West Metro Atlanta, and 2 additional majority black House districts in and around Macon-Bibb. Our plan, the HB 1EX, does that. I don't think Judge Jones could be clearer about it. I do not want to be in a hearing in a remedial phase having to explain to Judge Jones how I thought he really meant something else than that. That's just not a good position to be in. I'm not an expert in the Voting Rights Act, but I know a little bit about judges. And I don't think they enjoy it when you either disregard their orders or try to construe them in a manner that is unreasonable. And when they're unhappy, that usually falls upon the person who did the improper construing. Our plan complies with that order. It complies with that provision, and that's clear guidance that Judge Jones kindly gave us. Now, I heard some comment about how some of the districts in our plan didn't actually comply with the order because they weren't majority black, but they were. Every one of them was. We've vetted that with Ms. Wright. We've confirmed the data, and they comply. And the argument was made that we somehow broke the law by complying with the order or by not doing something else other than what Judge Jones required. Well, in the defense of the people making that argument, I think what they are saying is Judge Jones's order is not exactly in compliance with the Voting Rights Act. He misconstrued the Voting Rights Act, so we ought to do what we believe should be done instead of what he ordered. I don't want to go into court taking that position. I just don't think that's a wise approach to getting the plans approved. And we retained every majority district we have. It does say additional, and we created 5 more. Finally, just on a personal note, I acknowledge, redistricting. Judge Hurd used to say about It reminds me of a quote Judge Hurd, a former member of this body, used to say about taking castor oil. He said one of the greatest things about being administered doses of castor oil is it reminds you of the finer things in life, like the times between the doses of castor oil. That's redistricting. I wish we didn't have to do this. I really wish we didn't, but we've ordered, and I have tried as chairman to comply with that order in the best way I knew how, taking advice of the Reapportionment Office and of council and complying with the order and complying with the Voting Rights Act. And I would not propose something that I felt harmed any one of you in any way unless I felt it was necessary to comply with a court order. I don't believe one can be terribly sentimental when you're trying to comply with a court order. The people in this chamber mean a lot to me personally. And I'm being sincere about that. When we were doing this 2 years ago, I went home on the weekend and my mother passed unexpectedly. And I couldn't come back Monday and Tuesday. And so I stayed home, obviously, till we had the funeral. And I think the day I mentioned that to one person in this chamber, within seconds, my phone lit up with texts of condolences, so much so that it basically, you couldn't hold the phone. It shook off the table. This body means a lot to me. Every one of you mean a lot to me, even when we disagree. The thing I really appreciate about the people in this body is we disagree and we do it civilly, and we still remain friends. At least we try to. And I know in this process it's tough. It's easy for me to sit up here. My district hasn't been changed. It hasn't been touched. So that's easy for me to say. But you folks mean a lot to me. When she passed, one of you wrote me a note, a personal note, that is one of the kindest things I have ever received. Didn't know you that well at that time. And I really appreciated it. I still appreciate it. And I appreciate this body. And the thought that I would intentionally try to draw somebody out for a reason other than complying with an order is just anathema to me, and I would hope you would all know me better. That's what we have to do. The order, the House Bill 1EX complies with that order. We don't have a lot of time. We need to get this done. And I ask that you approve and vote in favor of House Bill 1EX so we can move on to the rest of the business we have to finish by the court-imposed deadline. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Gentlemen, has yielded the well. There's no doubt of your sincerity or of your work ethic or your hard work. Thank you for working on this proposition for all members of the House. That concludes all of those that had allocated time to speak to the bill. So at this time, members, if you'll come to the chamber, if you're outside the chamber, we ask you to come to the chamber. Mr. Clerk, why don't you ring the bell? Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does the lady from the 93rd, Representative Carter, rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
First apology, I had the wrong button pushed when I wanted to ask a question earlier. So the question, because the author of the bill states that it's unintentional, but if anyone was to look at House District 93 on this new map, it's been called a dead cat. It is the most erroneous gerrymandering that I probably have seen. You take a district, you go east, you go north, and then you go west, and then there's a district sandwiched in between. I would hope that everyone will vote no, because this map is not only disenfranchising the members, the voters of DeKalb, Rockdale, Newton, and now Gwinnett, it is affecting our entire state. So this map should go back to the starting point, because
I think that's the lady's question.
Yeah, that's the question.
That's
House
the
District
question.
93 alone should send it back.
Well, I appreciate the lady's viewpoint, and I'm sure the lady believes everything she just said. The lady from the 56th is recognized. For what purpose does she rise? Representative Maynard.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it true that the judge's order is not about creating Democrat districts or Republican districts? It's about creating majority black districts. Is that not true?
I think that's true.
Is it not further?
I know that to be true.
Is it not further true to my colleague?
Is this a further inquiry?
Further inquiry, if I may, Mr.
You
Speaker.
may. You're recognized.
Is it not further true to sit here and say that Republicans are being racist is certainly not true, as I am a Republican and I am certainly not racist. I take offense to such statements.
Is that a question? Do you have a question? If not,
Is that not true?
I'm sure if the lady so states, that's what the lady certainly believes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We're going to take a couple of more, and then we're going to close this vote. I know this lady has wanted the opportunity to make a comment and speak. So Chair recognizes the lady from the 108th House District, Representative Clark. Representative Clark, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that there are many iterations of maps that could be drawn that would not pair 6 members of the Democratic Party together? Is that not true, Mr. Speaker?
I'm sure the lady has studied the map and studied the state and believes what she says is true. Thank you for your point. We have one more, and let's see. Let's hear from some history from someone who's been around for a couple of these. For what purpose does the gentleman from the 167th House District rise? Chairman
Mr. Speaker,
Deloach.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true that the last map that a Republican majority in this House drew, my district went from being a part of Liberty County to tiny parts of 6 counties, going all the way from the coast in McIntosh County through Liberty, Long, Bryan, Bullock to the very top of Candler County to the Emmanuel County line. Isn't that true, Mr. Speaker?
I'm sure. I remember that, and I'm glad you had that district when you were a younger man, because you would have had trouble covering all of that these days. So, but you do a great job of representing your district. I'm not saying that. So I'm sure the gentleman speaks the truth. We're going to take one last inquiry here. I'm going to recognize the gentleman from the 143rd, the minority leader of this House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that the public Democratic map, House map, only created issues with 23 House districts? Is that not true?
I'm sure if the gentleman so states, I won't comment on that, but I'm sure that's what the gentleman believes.
Is it also not true, Mr. Speaker, that the Republican map created problems for 50-plus House districts? Is that not true?
If that's a question, finish your inquiry, then I'll make a comment.
Mr. Speaker, the inquiry is this. In the Democratic House, the public map that is public, that we did not couple Democratic members in the Georgia House of Representatives. Is that not true with the public map?
I'm not privy to your map right now, so I'll have to take your word that that's what you did.
And lastly, Mr. Speaker, is it not true that it was unnecessary, absolute unnecessary, to couple Democratic members in the Georgia House Democratic Caucus with the map that Republicans drew, because the judge was very specific in the regions in which he identified? Is that not true, Mr. Speaker?
I'm sure the gentleman believes that. I said that was the last one, but I think if I'm going to hear from the minority leader, I also need to hear from the majority leader, the gentleman from the 104th House District, Leader Estration.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State that inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that the publicly released map, as I understand it, was the map that the minority leader presented in committee, and that was presented on the second day of committee when he was given an opportunity to present the first day, and that from a study of the map, it was acknowledged by all involved that it failed to comply with the requirement from the judge that we just saw projected on the board to create 5 districts as outlined. It only created 4, and therefore did not comply with the specific order as written by the judge. Is that not true?
Well, I'm sure the gentleman understands what he's saying, and he believes what he's saying, and so thank you for your inquiry. I'll make one last statement, and we're going to close this out. It has been my intent from when this process began a month ago or longer, in that time frame, not quite a month ago, to comply with Judge Jones's order. And I also know that I have many friends that are serving in this General Assembly right now in this House. And my friends on both sides of the aisle have been impacted by this redistricting. It's not my choice to be here. But we're going to be here, and we're doing the work that's been assigned to us. We're going to comply with Judge Jones's order. We're going to create new black majority districts in this state. That's what we were told to do. That's what this map does. I feel comfortable with this map, and we'll move forward. So with that, I thank all the members who voted. All members voted. Mr. Clerk, lock the machines. On the passage of the bill, the yeas were 101, the nays 77. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. For what purpose does Chairman Leverett rise?
To make a motion.
State your motion.
Move that we immediately transmit House Bill 1EX to the Senate.
There's objection. Gentleman move.
The gentleman moves.
There's been objection to immediate transmittal of House Bill 1EX, and the gentleman's moved. We'll vote it. All of those in favor of immediate transmittal will vote yes, that's green. Those opposed to immediate transmittal will vote no, that's red. The clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? All members voted. If so, Mr. Clerk, will you lock the machines? On the gentleman's motion that HB 1X be immediately transmitted to the Senate, the yeas, the greens are 101, the nays, the red are 76. The bill is on its way to the Senate. We'll move on to afternoon orders. We have some afternoon orders. I'm going to begin the afternoon orders with a very somber afternoon order, and I'm going to invite up Chairman Martin, Representative Gamble, and Representative Martinez. I'll just preface this, and Chairman Williamson, I think we all need to stand. We've recently lost a reverend member of this House, the Reverend Chairman Lynn Walker. You're recognized to speak, and you gentlemen can all make a comment. His service here was exemplary, and what a fine, fine man he was, a fine gentleman who served with many of us in this House. Chairman Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we all know, we got an email from the Speaker's office yesterday that we lost a former member, Chairman Lynn Walker. And of the gentlemen that are standing with me, I perhaps, on a personal basis, didn't know Lynn as well as they did. But when the email came across yesterday, and we've lost a number of our colleagues in recent years, but when the email came across yesterday, I was sitting in a chair at 417 at almost exactly the same place that Lynn Walker sat on his last days, you know, in the Capitol before he retired in 2011. And for some reason at that point, in that time when I read that, it just struck me the loss that we feel for our colleagues down here and that we feel throughout our community. And it made me think, I quite frankly got it mixed up with Randy Nix and Lynn Walker, but both those men have left us and come back and done devotionals. And one of those devotionals, they talked about Saturdays. And we've joked and we're all excited about our Saturday tomorrow, but I want to use that as an example because grasping that with how many Saturdays we have left to be intentional what you decide to do on that Saturday, and every day for that matter, but on that Saturday, and how fortunate we are. If God lets me wake up tomorrow and get to 4 o'clock, I'll get to go with my sons and grandsons and family to a ball game that I hope they'll remember after I'm long gone. But I go back to what Lynn Walker talked about when he was about being intentional with what we do. And that just struck me so much because what we just did is very important, 11 million Georgians. That's fine, but what you do on Saturdays with your family and in your community, and what Lynn Walker did down here was important, but what he did for his church and his parishioners and his family by being intentional every day is so much more important. So, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to share that and ask all of us to look inside and look to our family members and be thankful for the time we have, because time is fleeting, that we be intentional when we leave here and take our time and enjoy it. We rush around too much. So I would yield at this time to these gentlemen that knew Lynn Walker much better than me, but not one of them was more impacted by Lynn Walker than I was. And I hope you'll just take that to heart and be intentional when you leave here on your Saturdays and every day, because when we wake up this Sunday morning, regardless of what happens in that Mercedes-Benz Dome, everybody in this building will have one less Saturday. So make the best of it. Mr. Speaker, I yield the will.
Chairman Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the reasons I'm standing here today is because of Lynn Walker. I met him when I was in my business career, when he came by and knocked on my door and told me he was running to be my state representative along with my area of Walton County at the time. I found out quickly that he was a man of integrity, he was an encourager, and so many more things because he was a man of God. and I shared at a breakfast this morning that I know, and those of you, how many of us serve with Lynn Walker? It's not going to be a tremendous amount, but every one of you with your hands up know what a fine man he was. He treated everybody with dignity and respect. And I shared with some people at a breakfast this morning that I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that Lynn Walker is with the Lord Jesus Christ right now, that he is fully healed and he's in his heavenly home that all of us should aspire to by following the words of Pastor Tate this morning. Put Jesus first in your life. He gave it all for us. So, Mr. Speaker, this body should fondly remember the service of Lynn and his legacy for the people of the state of Georgia. Mr. Speaker, I yield the will.
Let's hear from one of our deans, Ray. Representative Martinez, Representative Williams.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There were many things that Lynn Walker and I disagreed on, but there was one thing we all agreed on, and that was that he loved the Lord. His heart was right. He was a man of integrity. I spent the first 11 years of my tenure here working in the prayer caucus with him. When we started it up on the 4th floor, well, it was on the 4th floor when I got here. It was started up there, and then we did the Sunday service. And he asked me the year he was leaving if I would continue the prayer caucus, which I have tried to do since 2011. And I feel confident in where he's rejoicing today. For the scripture says, precious in the sight of the Lord is the death of one of his saints. And Lynn Walker, from a spiritual standpoint, was a saint. For those of you, if for no other reason, to honor the legacy of Lynn Walker and the God he so loved, I would come honor him at the prayer convocation that he led so long and loved so well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Martinez.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I did not get a chance to serve with Lynn Walker, as most of y'all did, but I do hold this seat in Loganville. He served Loganville, District 114, I believe, from 1995 to 2011. I hope he'd be proud of me continuing to serve his seat. I hope to be half the man he is, and I know I got big shoes to fill. He made Loganville proud. He made our district proud. So it's an honor for me to stand here and represent my former district, and I'm very proud of him. So God bless Maryland, his 2 daughters, and his family. His funeral service will be coming up. Will be in Loganville coming up. So if you guys want to attend, I will have the information with you. Thank you, and I yield the will.
Thank you, Representative Gamble.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the privilege of knowing Lynn Walker my whole life. We came together through Indian Springs Holiness Camp meeting in Flowville, Georgia. He served on that board for many years. I served on the board with him. And I saw him in October, right about the time he found out that he had pancreatic cancer. It was a big shock to everyone, but I loved Lynn Walker. He was a good man, and we have the thoughts of Marilyn and Lindy and Brittany and Rhett and Karis as they bury their father, our friend and colleague, Lynn Walker. May God be with them, and we know we'll see Lynn again one day.
Thank you, Representative. Another dear friend who served with Lynn Walker is our own Representative Vance Smith. Vance, we'd recognize you to speak to this good man's memory.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lynn was a great guy. Matthew used the word good. We use that a lot, but I got to tell you, when you say somebody is a good man, that's Lynn. And I think of Lynn because he walked the walk, and he said, I think of this little saying, and most of y'all know this. It says, go out and spread the good news of the gospel, and sometimes use words. I yield well, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Vance. Let's all have a moment of silence. Let's remember and thank God for someone like Lynn Walker, who served this great state and walked among us And also, let's remember his family as they go through this time. So let's bow for a moment of silence. Thank you, Lord, for this good man. Amen. Thank you, members, for your attention and your respect. Representative Karen Bennett is recognized for an afternoon order. We're in the afternoon now. Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the life of another good man.
Members, if you'll please stand and give the lady in the well your attention.
Mr. James Edward Sonny Wynn was born in 1934 in Douglas County, Georgia, a great saint and another good man. He passed on Tuesday, November the 28th at the good age of 89 years old. I have had the privilege and pleasure to serve as his pastor for the last 6 years. I will miss Mr. James Sonny Wynn as he was my steward, my chief steward, and I will miss him sitting over to the right, smiling every day, every Sunday. He was there at the church. He helped build the church as he helped build many homes in Douglas, Georgia. He was well respected, a great citizen, and a great, great, great man of God. He will be deeply missed by everyone who knew him at the Tranquil AME Church for his lifelong place of worship. He truly loved the Lord. He served, and his life was his witness and his testimony. I heard somebody say, I'd rather see a sermon any day than to hear one preached. And Mr. Wynn was certainly a walking sermon, and he will be missed. He leaves to mourn his wife of 70 years, Catherine Wynn, his children, Dwight Wynn, Dennis Wynn, Kendra Graham, Kathy Wynn, Carla Wynn, Douglas Wynn, and Daniel Wynn. He will be sorely missed. Won't you join me in a moment of silence to honor this great man of God? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
Pastor, if we were all those walking, living sermons, you'd be out of business. But we won't just go any further. We need you to continue preaching. Representative Bernal is recognized for an afternoon order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is World AIDS Day, and the theme for this year is Let Communities Lead. This World AIDS Day is more than a celebration of the achievement of communities. It is a call to action to enable and support communities in their leadership roles. World AIDS Day 2023 will highlight that unleash the full potential of community leadership to enable the end of AIDS. And on a personal note, I am from Michigan, so I will be Go Blue tomorrow, although I will also cheer for the Dogs, but Go Blue.
Thank you, Representative. Yeah, I need to hear this one. I think this is the appropriate time for Representative Gaines and Representative Jones. Y'all may want to pay attention to this one.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is really an honor to be next to Chairman Todd Jones. He's the best looking he's ever been in his life. He's wearing a red UGA tie. We had a little friendly wager at the Georgia-Florida game. Todd is our #1 Florida supporter, unfortunately. We all make mistakes in life. And Todd is a Florida guy, but was sure enough to honor his commitments. Chairman Noel Williams was on site to make sure and oversee the wager. And Todd is here today in his red and black tie just in time for tomorrow's game. We got a big one. We got to beat Alabama, where I think we're going to whip them. And I know Todd's going to be cheering very loudly for the red and black. We're not going to give you the mic.
You are not recognized, Chairman Jones.
Go Dogs!
Go Dogs! There we go. Unless you want to say that, Chairman Jones. He waves on the Go Dogs. Chairman Bonner is recognized for an afternoon order.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask Chair Lady Karen Mathiak to join me because there is, as we know, a huge football game this weekend. But what you may not know is that it's not taking place tomorrow afternoon in Atlanta. It's taking place tonight in Peachtree City. The Stars Mill Panthers take on the Perry Panthers tonight in the first round of the 4A playoffs. The Stars Mill Panthers will be making their 18th appearance in the playoffs. And so we wish Coach Chad Phillips the best of luck tonight. And we will go ahead and apologize now for that long bus ride home back to Perry. Thank you. Go Panthers.
Go Panthers. I'm all in. Let's see now. This one is it's important to all of us, but it's very important to Chairman Corbett. So let's get this one in so you can go home. Chairman Corbett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like for this House to help me wish my wife a happy wedding anniversary today. Thank y'all. We set sail on this journey 39 years ago today. We had an agreement when we got married that I would make all the major decisions and she would make all the minor decisions. Mr. Speaker, I can honestly say that it's been smooth sailing because there have been no major decisions in 39 years.
Amen.
Anyway, if you're watching, Rebecca, I love you. I'll be home shortly. Thank you.
Rebecca, you're the best. We love you. He's still a work in progress, so keep working. Chairman Saines is recognized for an afternoon order. Chairman Stephen Saines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the theme of football games we'll be watching this weekend, I just want to commend the Camden County Wildcats, who will be one step closer to a state title again, to playing the Walton High Raiders. We appreciate their commitment, their long drive to Atlanta, and appreciate all Coach Herron has been doing to recreate that program into something we're very proud of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative. Since we're trying to do the best we can at home since you've been away for a few days, Representative Reese is recognized for an afternoon order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for speaking of your wife. I think you may have saved a couple marriages in here, but this Sunday is my wife's birthday, December the 3rd, Dr. Chastity Reese. She was our doctor of the day this last legislative session, so I just want to come up today, say happy birthday, baby. I think she should be watching. She told me she was going to be watching. But if not, we can go back and replay it. So House Media, make sure you get this up because I need my points either way. Y'all have a good weekend.
You need all the help you can get, no doubt about that. Representative Donahue is recognized for an afternoon order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need to watch football this weekend because high school football is about as important as college, and I love both. The Jefferson Dragons will be playing 5A tonight, Creekside. So go Dragons, and they're undefeated, and trust me, we're going to come back and be in the state championship in 2 weeks. Thank you.
Go Dragons. Well, I would tell you this one was up the list, and I'm sorry, but I was racking my brain who Representative Stinson is. So I just asked Betsy, is she new? Oh, there she is. This is Representative Patty Bentley Stinson, Patty Bentley Stinson, for an afternoon order. I'm glad I've got you and Representative Parrish.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I introduce myself, colleagues? I am Patty Marie Stinson, your strawberry queen from the beautiful House District 150. Yes, and I have with me Representative Marion Parris, and we have a big announcement.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Stinson. You did forget to note that I am the cherry blossom queen. However, you know, this is the time of year when everybody's saying, baby, it's cold outside. So Representative Stinson has a word for all of you to take back to your constituents about it being cold outside and how to get warmed up if you're over 65, right?
Yes. Well, colleagues, today is December 1st, and today is the day that all Georgians aged 65 and older and homebound can sign up for the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program, better known as LIHEAP. And so I just want to take a moment to thank this chamber for your work with making sure that Georgians have funds to help keep their homes warm this winter. And the program starts today and it ends July 31st. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and all members of the Georgia House of Representatives for your work and dedication to ensure that all of our constituents remain warm this winter season. Thank you.
Say go dogs.
And go dogs.
Hey, thanks for that and making everyone aware of that so we can make our constituents aware. Thanks. Mr. Clerk, will you read the caption to a group of privileged resolutions?
Honoring the life and memory of Bryce Aiden Bartholomew. Honoring the life and memory of James Edward Sonny Wynn. Recognizing and commending Miss Nancy Couch. Recognizing and commending Power Evans. Recognizing and commending Linda Bletchinger on her outstanding public service. Recognizing and commending Mark Cohen on his outstanding public service. Recognizing and commending Berean Seventh-day Adventist Church on the occasion of its 120th anniversary. And commending and congratulating Miss Lois Smith Dixon. And for other purposes, that completes the reading of the privileged resolutions.
Is there any objection to adopting the privileged resolutions? Chair hears none, and the resolutions are adopted. Now we're ready for announcements. Representative Maynor, are you ready for an announcement? You're recognized for your announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have all this paper on our desk. Normally what we do is just put it in the bin behind us, but I want to remind you that there are some blue recycle bins on both sides of the chamber. So if you're not going to read this, put it in a recycle instead of the trash. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Todd Jones is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I wanted to just extend my thank you to Houston. I do express the fact that I did pay my debt to society, but given the fact that I did pay my debt to society, I wanted to keep a souvenir in my office, so I just wanted to make sure that I do appreciate this and the fact that UGA will forever be in my heart. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You are not recognized for an announcement. I'm taking that back. You can't make this stuff up. Chairman Leverett, You're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Reapportionment and Redistricting Committee is scheduled to meet at 1. However, the plan today was to have a public hearing on the Senate plan, which I believe has still not been transmitted to us. So our intention would be to convene that meeting as soon as the Senate adjourns and transmits the bill. And we will have a hearing today, so if you're on the committee, you got to stick around. And we'll, if you'll just kind of follow when the Senate adjourns, we'll meet shortly after that in 506 CLOB. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, so make sure we're clear on this. Your members should not leave. They should stick around, and we will monitor the Senate, and we will help you get a notice out immediately to those members, alerting them that you're ready to meet when that time comes. Okay? I think that completes our announcements. Let's talk about birthdays for a minute. We've not had any birthdays for the last couple of days. So let's look back one. Representative Lynn Gladney, are you still here? There she is. She was 39 again on Tuesday before we came in session. Happy birthday, Representative. And on Sunday, which will be December the 3rd, Representative Sharon Henderson will grow 1 year older. Thank you. Happy birthday. Okay. Let me give you some instructions or inform you on how the rest of this day will transpire here. What we will do now is we will stand at ease to receive, read, and assign the Senate maps they're working on now, and any others needing assignment. If you need to leave this Capitol, we will not be taking up any further voting business. No further business on voting. Upon completion of the bills or resolutions being assigned as they are transmitted back from the Senate, the majority leader will then move for adjournment. Is that fitting your style there, Mr. Majority Leader?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's what we'll do. We'll stand at ease until we're able to complete the further business of the day. And we will, for your weekend planning, we will come back into session on Monday at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. on Monday. Okay. This House will stand at ease as we await the Senate to continue its work. Thank y'all, and everyone have a safe weekend. House will come back to order. Would you sit up straight in your seat, please? Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, first reading of bills and resolutions, please. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill 1EX by Senator Eccles, the 49th, Kennedy, the 18th, and others, to be entitled an act to provide for the composition of members of the state's senatorial districts, provide for a short title, to provide for the contingent nature of this act, and the circumstances under which it shall or shall not apply.
Reapportionment and redistricting.
Senate Resolution Number 6EX, a resolution by Senator Hodges III, Burns the 23rd, Williams the 25th, and others, expressing support for the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center and condemning acts of violence and domestic terrorism.
Rules.
Unnumbered House Resolution by Representative Jones the 60th, a resolution expressing support for the children in foster care.
Juvenile justice.
That completes first readers.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Chairman Leverett is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Reapportionment and Redistricting Committee will meet immediately upon adjournment in CLOB 506. That's in room 506 of the Coverdell Legislative Office Building, beginning immediately upon adjournment to consider Senate Bill 1EX. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that'll be very near 3 o'clock, won't it? But immediately upon adjournment, we're getting ready to do that, so that'll be about 10 till 3. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Appreciate your work today. I think that concludes our work on this Friday, December the 1st. December the 1st. The majority leader of this House is recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House stand adjourned until 1 o'clock p.m. on Monday, December 4th, 2023.
On the motion of majority leader, this House stand adjourned until Monday, December the 4th at 1 p.m. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. You can't vote twice. This House is adjourned. Thank you for your patience and for your work. Thank y'all. Have a great weekend.